So, Leute, einen wunderschönen guten Abend. Ja, ich habe Bock auf Detective Games und dementsprechend fahre ich da jetzt auch rein. Ich hoffe, das wöchentlich durchziehen zu können. Sollte nicht allzu gut, also nicht allzu schwierig werden, das auch durchzuziehen für das Jahr. Jo. So, genau, Anfang Call of Cthulhu, weil ich sehr, sehr viel Lust in letzter Zeit gesammelt habe für den Cthulhu-Mythos. Auch durchs Pen Pepper hauptsächlich. Und ja, ich würde sagen, geht einfach mal rein und schauen, was wird. Pierce Investigations Agency Boston. Edward Pierce, veteran of the First World War, drowns his memories in liquor and sleeping pills. He is now a private detective who has trouble finding a case able to lift him from his torpor. Pierce must find a new case quickly or risk losing his license. Also, falls irgendwelche Fragen sein sollten, bezüglich Mythos etc. pp. Gerne raushauen. Ich merke gerade, ich sollte meine Cam ein bisschen verschieben, damit zumindest die Tipps voll angezeigt werden. If I am mad, it is mercy. May the gods pity the man who in his callousness can remain sane, hideous and H.P. Lovecraft. Oh mein Gott. Ja. Ich probiere das mal mit Maus und Tastatur zu spielen, weil ich schon irgendwo gesehen habe, dass es mit Gießen zusammenhängen kann. Das ist schon besser. Ja, sieht nett aus. Ne? Bisschen Haifischen. Lass mich hier durchgucken, was sehen wir Schönes. Interesting. Gute Nacht. Wie geht's, wie steht's? Ich hoffe, es geht dir gut. Gut, hier kommen wir nicht durch. Gucken erstmal, ob hier unten noch irgendwas ist. Nein. Oh. Lalalala. Ich bin sehr versucht, meinen Controller doch zu benutzen. Und nur falls es dann zu dieser reinkommt, zu wechseln. Aber das. Okay, jetzt ist natürlich das Umgucken. Oh. Hier gibt es irgendwie was. Nee, es gibt keine extra Einstellungen. Ja, gut. Schauen wir mal, was wird, ne? Nein. Apply Settings. Yes. Das ist schon besser. Schauen wir mal. Welcher Button war das jetzt? Ja, okay. Nein, okay.
What a putrid offering. Don't fight. You have been chosen. Behold. Everything has already been written. But perhaps you will attempt to change your destiny.
Das war noch nicht, ich glaube, das war nicht der Whisky, aber dazu später. So, wir sind Private Investigator in der Pierce Investigations Agency. Wie das halt üblich ist, ne? Kommt aus dem Ersten Weltkrieg zurück. Hat keinen Job. Wird Private Investigator. Oh, interesting. Das sind schick meine Werte. Ganz wichtig wird Okkultism sein. Also ganz wichtig. Oh, can only be improved by objects discovered in the environment. Interesting. Meine Sanity ist noch ist sie stable. We took part, also we im Sinne von, ne? Edward Pierce. He took part in the Meuse-Orgon Offensive. Please correct me. He's one of the few survivors of the Lost Battalion, American unit that suffered heavy losses from enemy and allied artillery fire. Forced to hold their position for several days, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen comrades. Without food or medical supplies, the soldiers were considered as lost by their fellow countrymen. Pierce is traumatized by these events. He consumes sleeping pills and liquor to ward off the nightmares that haunt him. Ganz normal. Wie man es halt macht, ne? Ja. Altes Feuerzeug.
A good old story of blackmail in a speakeasy.
The bar owner who hired me didn't like the way I closed this case, but when you're already outside the law, there's not a lot one can do against a private detective who's got proof against you. Okay.
Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology.
Wichtig. Okay.
I should get rid of all this stuff.
Whiskey. Radio.
Been a while since I jotted down something other than my nightmares.
private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
That's correct.
Hello, Mr. Pierce. I'm Lucy Sherifield, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
Allocate your character points. Each character point allows you to improve the score of a skill. Okay, also ich habe 8 Punkte. Oh. Stärke sehe ich nicht so wirklich. Investigation ist auch. Ich bin bei Eloquence, Investigation oder Psychology. Da Investigation schon, ne? 6 Punkte kostet fürs nächste Level. Nicht bei Eloquenz und Psychologie eigentlich. Wobei eigentlich will ich Eloquenz und Investigation erstmal. Ups. Oh, ich muss. Ah. Ah. Interesting. Error Creation. Ja, bestimmt.
Information, Mr. Pierce. Our files will soon be up to date. And on a related matter, may I raise a sensitive question?
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors. And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
I'm coming.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem, and I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to me, it means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl, she is dead. Even you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter? Yes, everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
I can't do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof...
I've brought all that I have. Look. I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
What am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness. Or if, on the contrary, you manage to detect some logic, a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Is that all you want from me?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll look at your picture. That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Also. Na, guck mal, wir haben hier neuen Entry. The doctor can well repeat to me that I no longer need my remedy to keep my memories at bay. But I know that if I stop, the memories will return. One of these mornings, I probably won't wake up. Despite the treatment, I again hear voices in my dreams, but they are different, unknown. They seem to surface from unfathomable and ancient depths. What nameless creature is calling me? Cthulhu! A strange picture painted by Sarah Hawkins a short while before her tragic death was sent to her father just after the artist died. He is convinced that she is the sender. He brought me the painting so that I could examine it. Stephen Webster, the wealthy industrialist, came to my office. He wants me to reopen the Sarah Hawkins case named after his daughter, who died in a fire alongside her entire family. I must examine CC.
A warehouse on Darkwater. Some sketches of the Hawkins family. Rather thin.
Shipping name. Some of it is unreadable, but I can make out part of the address: Warehouse 36, Darkwater. The police report. It says that a fire started in the dining room and claimed the whole family. The police decide on a domestic accident, but they nevertheless insist on Sarah Hawkins' mental frailty. Wow. A press cutting. An article written about the marriage of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, a businessman from the island of Darkwater. They live in a recluse life there with their only son, Simon. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh.
Its strange beauty isn't enough to hide the feeling of dread it carries.
So, Mr. Pierce, what do you make of these elements?
The sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
Mm-hmm.
You must tell me if what the police suggest about the mental state of your daughter is true.
No. Sarah had visions. Everyone knew that. She never would have hurt a fly. She only thought she saw things.
Saw things? What do you mean by that?
I never knew what she meant by that. My daughter was an enigmatic figure, Mr. Pierce. You must find out the truth about her life and death.
Darkwater. Never heard of the place. Where is that?
It's a small, remote island off the coast of Boston. Sarah lived there with her son and her husband.
I suppose you want to ship me off there.
Darkwater holds the secret regarding my daughter, Mr. Pierce. You must uncover it.
Großartige Zeichen. Leute, die Dinge sehen, immer gut.
Her husband was a big deal on the island. But the police are sticking to the accident theory. Though they mention Sarah's mental state was fragile. I believe you are right, sir. This case is not as simple as it appears.
I am aware of that. I believe there is more to this case than just an accident.
Mhm.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
I'm willing to do anything for my daughter to recover her honor.
Quiet down. I'm on your side. Let's sum things up. An artist dies with her family in a house fire. Your only clue is a sort of promontory painting sent from Darkwater right before her death.
Correct. And the rumors about her supposed folly.
Which you don't totally deny.
Find that warehouse. Find out the truth regarding Sarah Hawkins' death. You'll be handsomely compensated.
All right, I'll take the case. I'll go to Darkwater and look into the death of your daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I didn't expect any less coming from a man in your situation.
Something's queer. But it's not like I have a choice. Darkwater. I think I've got a book on the North Atlantic. I'll no doubt find some information on this island in there. Darkwater is off the coast of Boston. But I've never heard of it. According to this book, it was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then.
Darkwater Island has been inhabited since the 14th century and is still rich with the many memories left by its lost tribes. But don't let the romanticism of these moving evidences of such naive and primitive beliefs fool you into forgetting how violent their gods were. A gigantic creature still ornates the walls of long abandoned caves. Was it a sea or dream god? No one knows. But today's inhabitants, the sons and daughters of the proud whale hunters, still remember the mysterious and tumultuous story of the small land off the coast of Massachusetts. Less of Atlantic Islands. Wundervoll.
All I have to do is go to the port. I just hope that I can find a boat able to take me to Darkwater. Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. Married woman runs off with her girlfriend. The husband couldn't understand it.
Ja, auch gut, ne? Cool. Habe ich jetzt gerade was über Medizin gelernt? Ich habe Medizin gelernt! Woo! Ups.
The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases. I used to be an avid reader. The Lost Battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage.
Wie ist denn das Tür zum anderen Raum? Wieso wollen die mich nicht mehr im Büro in Ruhe lassen? Trinken wir Whisky? Wir trinken Whisky, oder? Erstmal. Ja, doch. Komm. War bestimmt keine schlechte Entscheidung. Ja, soweit, so gut, so normal. Verzweifelter Vater, verzweifelter Privatdetektiv. Ne? So, warte mal kurz, ich muss kurz was checken.
almost there.
Holy shit.
Stay on board. There's guys coming to unload. Welcome to Darkwater Island, Mr. Pierce.
Why, thank you, Captain Fitzroy.
So, what wind brought you?
Does the Hawkins case mean anything to you?
Ich habe gerade eben kurz was rausgetappt und dann habe ich leider Chat und so weggemacht. Jetzt sehe ich euch wieder hervorragend.
A sad story that we would all prefer to forget. Charles Hawkins may have been a landlubber, but he was a good man.
And his wife, Sarah Hawkins.
Nice young woman, and a great painter. What a tragedy. You know what? Go have a drink at the Stranded Whale. What you need is a good pick-me-up. Mitchell may not be very welcoming, but his bar holds a surprise for you. As for me, you'll find me at the harbor master's office. If it's the Hawkins family that brings you here, I have a pile of documents that should interest you.
Understood. I'm going for a look around the docks.
Klärchen. Natürlich kann ich den Spielsound etwas lauter machen. So. Hoffen wir mal, dass es von der Musik her schon mal ein bisschen besser ist. Upsala. Ich dachte, ich bin noch ausgetappt. So. Ich habe Lust, die Gegend da hinten schon mal anzusprechen, aber
Prohibition is just a joke around here. That suits me fine.
passt von der Sprache jetzt ja besser.
You think we don't know what you're doing? Hidden in the fog?
Nothing for you here
Shut
either.
up your big mouth once and
Retards.
for all.
Optimistic.
Das sind meine Map-Einschränkungen anscheinend. No, kleine Kram. Man kann sie leider nicht streichen.
Hey, be careful.
Kleines Arschloch.
Let's get him another drink. He's dry.
In my bar, we don't serve troublemakers.
Nur einen Finger. Das ist ja optimistisch. So, ich muss kurz mein Wasser hier näher holen. Überlegen, ob ich Okay, ich kann hier nicht gucken, wie gut ich in Sachen gerade bin. Ich würde Eloquent mal probieren.
You saw what happened. He's the troublemaker.
Oh, you're a true mainlander. A real princess. You strut around with your la-di-da ways, and then, as soon as the pressure rises, you start squealing. You don't have what it takes to drink my whiskey. You've got to earn it.
I'm here for information, not for a fight.
I prefer it that way. Speak then. I reserve the right to answer or not.
The stranded whale. I guess this bar has been here a long time.
What can I tell you? I'm a nostalgic sort of guy. The name, it reminds us of the golden age of dockwater, when our whalers left for long months and came back sweating and stinking of the oil and flesh of the whales they'd been hunting.
It was a tough time, all the same.
Ah, but steeped in glory. We've never known such wealth since then.
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous on the mainland for her paintings. Never understood why. Then, I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
Her vision. Was it so terrible?
Way I see it, the truth is really a question of point of view.
What do you mean by that?
Do you still trust the truth after a bottle of whiskey?
Her style made her famous. How would you describe it? Tortured?
Yeah, well, it wasn't normal. I mean, for a young woman with a child and all that. We saw them in the papers and we said to ourselves, who can paint such things? Is that how she sees the world?
So they made you feel uncomfortable.
You need to see them for yourself. Make up your own mind.
I've got what I need.
Anything else?
Natürlich. Ja, aber das habe ich doch.
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous then.
I've got what I need.
Anything else?
Do you know where this place is? Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
The Hawkins warehouse. I see, yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams.
And that's not all. There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more. Anything else?
I didn't expect to find alcohol on this island. What's the source of this miracle?
You mean who? Our source of supply wouldn't like me to betray them to the first comer.
I'll tell nobody.
She'd know it anyway. Anything else?
Wahrscheinlich die Frau, die in der Ecke sitzt.
Captain Fitzroy told me about a little pick-me-up.
Oh, yeah? That must have been before you came looking for a fight in my bar.
Oh, come on. Because of a little tussle.
Drinking it here is a privilege, and I grant the privilege to whoever I want. Anything else?
Oh, fick dich doch.
That'll be all for now.
Hm.
hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations, gifted with its own consciousness, until it finds a new reader. Ah, that's it. Maybe we should let him take it. No.
Do you like our song?
We're true sirens.
We may not be pros, but we give it all we've got.
That's true. It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
I've never heard this song before.
Only people from here know it. It tells the story of the miraculous catch.
It's a local legend?
Watch what you say, young man.
That catch saved our island.
Ah. Where's the proof?
We're the proof.
Without it, the whole of Darkwater would have died of hunger in 1847.
It's true. Everything happened just as it says in the newspaper report.
What report?
The one that's framed right behind you. Our grandparents tasted its flesh.
And it was delicious.
What brought whaling to an end?
The whales, of course.
They all disappeared.
You exhausted the stocks.
You could say that, yes. There were fewer and fewer of them.
Until the last, the biggest.
The one of the miraculous catch.
Exactly.
I bid you farewell, gentlemen.
Good night, stranger.
So long.
Okay, aber das heißt ja auch, wenn ihre Großeltern davon gegessen haben, das war schon ein bisschen, ist the miraculous catch.
The miraculous catch. Apparently, the most significant event of the last 80 years.
We had given up hope. The crew of Scylla, or what remains of it, returned to Darkwater Port late on Tuesday afternoon. The locals immediately rushed to the docks to welcome the last whaling ship on the island. People were amazed at the sight of the unbelievable catch the brave vessel had on board, of a size that went beyond that of the formidable toothed whales that Cthulhu. That is all. You know, you can read. That is already being called the miraculous catch, covered the whole deck, and parts of it were hanging over the side of the ship. The surviving sailors told a frightening account of the perilous catch, but also of its meat, unmatched in its quality and plentiful, nutritious benefits. There is no doubt that the immense size of this whale will allow numerous inhabitants of Darkwater to feed themselves, bringing an end to the famine from which part of the island was suffering. Warehouse for rent. Mr. Marks is putting his warehouse up for rent from June for fishing, workshop or storage activities. You can contact him via your favorite newspaper or visit him on the docks. Special evening at the Stranded Whale. To celebrate the return of our brave whalers, all the staff of the Stranded Whale invite you to an exceptional and free tasting event. Come with your family or with friends to taste the miraculous catch. Each person will leave with a bottle of oil, so don't hesitate. Okay. Also, ne, 80 Jahre lang kein Catch mehr. Und anscheinend haben die immer noch irgendwie Money für Alkohol und so einen Spaß. Ich hätte ihm, glaube ich, aufs Maul geben müssen. Dann hätte er mir Infos gegeben. Muss ich kurz raustaben, weil ich eine Benachrichtigung habe und freut mich. Ups.
What you looking at, stranger?
Bin mir nicht ganz sicher, was dieser Satz meinen soll. Mit, also da rechts oben mit She can certainly put him away. Deswegen google ich das mal selber kurz, ob da irgendein Meaning da behind ist, was ich nicht verstehe. Die kann sie sicher wegstecken. Ja, I know, das dachte ich mir auch. Also,
I've rarely seen a woman who can hold her liquor so confidently.
What gives you
natürlich,
the
ja,
right
okay.
to judge me?
Ah, it was a compliment.
So what? Let me drink, stranger.
Glaubt ihr, wenn ich sie jetzt nochmal anspreche, ist sie sauer? Ich habe gehört, Frauen mögen das. Soll die 4. Generation die gibt Geld aus, ja.
I told you to beat it.
Gut.
And then he said, "You have no right to treat us like this."
And the doctor, what did he say?
He laughed.
My God.
Hm. Ich guess, dann gehe ich mal raus. Oder war das Bradley?
She will do it again.
You again.
That'll be all.
Das ist nochmal Bradley. Oh, ich habe einen Punkt. In Eloquenz. Officer Bradley.
Do their work. Hey, Sullivan. Can't you go any faster?
You've seen how old this thing is. If we force it too much, we'll break everything.
You can't do that.
The blood is just beginning to coagulate. It died a short time ago. Only a specialist would know what killed it.
You can't understand. You're not sailors. It's a sign.
Ich weiß es
There's
nicht.
something coming.
Aber ein Case kann ja auch eskalieren.
The same goes for you, sir. Move along.
I'm looking for this address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
Ah. And so who are you?
I didn't introduce myself. Edward Pierce, private detective.
In any case, it's not very important. I can't answer that.
You can't? Or you don't want to?
Oh, no. I'm not getting into those games, me. Now, please, allow me to do my job.
You can't understand. You're not sailors. It's a sign. There's something coming. Something real bad.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're crazy.
They're cops. They can't understand.
Damn stupid idiots.
They're cops. They can't understand. Komm ich hier rum? Nee, okay, ich komme nicht zu dem Typen. Ich hätte gerne mit ihm gesprochen. Ich sag mal so, ne? Ich wollte die Lampe aufnehmen. Ich darf sie nicht aufnehmen. Einfach klingeln, während er da steht.
I wonder what Captain Fitzroy has got to say about this woman, Cat.
Captain, the terms of our agreement are clear. Keep your men under control. You cannot afford to broke us. No need to answer this mission. Just make your payment to the courier. Cat.
I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
These manifests are signed by Charles Hawkins. But that's all I'll get from them.
Geschwärzte Dokumente. Das ist natürlich immer schwierig.
A souvenir from a more prosperous era. I guess this blackboard hasn't been wiped for more than 70 years. The Scylla. It finished up beached at the entrance to the harbor.
The Learning of Medicine 2. This second volume teaches ethics and good practice to medical staff. 14%. So ist es immer wichtig. Was denn? Was genau meinst du? Wir haben hier schon ein paar Infos, also... Ziehen in der Fenster.
This man and Fitzroy could be twins. What a macabre souvenir.
Ja, das Haus mit seinem Bruder da drin stehen. Crazy. Oh, Geschäftsführung, ja, sehr wichtig, sehr wichtig.
From here, I see everything that goes on in the harbor. The hard-working lives of my sailors, the fights at the stranded whale. Even the antics of these wharf rats don't escape me.
It's you who lays down the law around here.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just the last serving captain on Darkwater. Tell me what I can do to help you.
Your manifests have been blacked out. They're totally unreadable.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got no idea who did it or why. I don't remember having countersigned anything special enough for someone to hide it.
And why obliterate the dates, as well as the goods stored in the warehouse?
You mean that the dates have some meaning?
I'm surprised Charles Hawkins had goods to store, knowing that whaling stopped in 1847.
I see that you're interested in the history of our island. Indeed, maritime activities ceased altogether at the end of the last century. I imagine that the Hawkins family had other types of contracts.
But you don't know with whom?
No, it was none of my business.
So, bevor ich jetzt... Ich mache kurz Licht aus. Stimmung. Es ist trotzdem noch fucking hell. Weil das... Der Light bei mir so hell ist. Ich will nur gucken, ob ich den ein bisschen unterdimmen kann. Sieht mich ja trotzdem noch gut, ne? Machen wir mal so. Fangen wir mal an so an.
Your photograph, the one of the man in front of the boat.
Ah, yes, I can see the one you're talking about.
Interesting resemblance. I thought it was you, but with a wooden leg.
And for good reason. That's my father in the photograph.
Your father?
John Fitzroy, captain of the Scylla. His wooden leg is here. You can go and see it if you're interested.
Gut, Vater, nicht Bruder. Passiert.
I'm just back from the wharves. The dead killer whale is unsettling the sailors.
Ah, yes. Us men of the sea are superstitious folk.
Killer whales don't have many known predators.
That's true. And normally, they're not found around here. But, you're gonna take me for a fool.
Give it a try.
Have you heard about the depths? Trenches that plunge into the earth and that shelter creatures unlike any other.
You're talking about mythology.
Ha! Indeed, you're right.
The police took the decision to put the killer whale back into the sea.
You've got to understand them. They didn't know what to do with it.
I think that was a mistake. Who says that whatever caused those wounds is no longer in these waters?
You think we should have kept it?
To look into the real cause of its death, at least. The miraculous catch. Is it a local legend?
Not at all. It's an episode from our glorious past. Go read the story of the sailor's return to Darkwater Harbor. It's displayed on a wall of the stranded whale.
Already.
I found a threatening letter, signed by a certain cat.
What? I don't mind you visiting my harbor master's office, but I'd prefer if you didn't go through my affairs.
Are you being blackmailed?
Not exactly, no. That shyster wants to make us pay protection money.
With any success?
I wouldn't say that, but she terrifies my men as much as her own.
Can you not do anything to stop her?
Don't you worry about that.
I'm looking for Warehouse 36. Do you know where it is?
Look, it's right there. The warehouse is opposite the jetty. You can't miss it.
Understood.
You know who the building belongs to, don't you?
It belonged to the Hawkins family.
Precisely. Ship owners from father to son.
I think that somebody here wanted me to search this warehouse. I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
Erster Eindruck. Stimmung ist ganz cool. Musik ist nice. Und man bekommt so ein bisschen, also man bekommt gesagt, dass man einen Skillcheck macht, aber nicht unbedingt, wie gut man, also ob man ihn geschafft hat oder wie gut man ihn geschafft hat. Das muss man so ein bisschen raus.
You didn't tell me that the warehouse I was looking for was right in front of us.
Because its owner is dead. And I don't want to see you hanging around it. Now please, leave us to our work.
You can't understand. You're not it's a sign.
Ja, was ja ganz nice ist.
Something real bad.
What could have done so much damage?
Ah, schade. Ich dachte, ich könnte kurz. Cool, Momente. Ja, ein bisschen am Intro, am Anfang ein bisschen. War da so ein kleiner Albtraum. Könnte man so sagen. Der Soundtrack ist sehr nice. Who's that boy?
think you're going? Who are these others so interested in the warehouse?
And why would I tell you?
You and I are on the same side of the law.
Oh, yeah?
You don't want to know the truth behind this case.
Are you saying our work was not up to snuff? Forget it.
I'm not here to hinder your work, officer. Edward Pierce, private detective.
Sorry, we're all a little on edge today. What are you doing here?
I'm investigating the death of the Hawkins family.
Darn it. Why do you want to drag up all that stuff again?
My investigation has led me to this warehouse.
That case was closed months ago.
What more can you say about the death of the Hawkins family?
Not much more than what everyone knows. I wasn't on the case. They were all burnt to death, right? Up at their place.
The whole mansion went up in flames.
Don't get it into your head to go wandering around up there. It's dangerous.
What do you mean by that?
The only one left there is old Silas, and the accident has affected him badly. He can be unpredictable, especially if a stranger starts poking around the property.
Is he a danger to the public?
No, he's in his own home. Do yourself a favor. Leave him well alone.
You live here?
Why did you do that, huh?
We saw what you did to St. Brendan.
Yeah, we'll teach you to come onto our island and ridicule our protectors.
I've never heard of this saint. Is it a local belief?
But everyone knows St. Brendan, the Navigator.
He's the patron saint of whales and whalers.
What happened to the statue?
Go see for yourself. He's at the end of the jetty.
There's you, our beloved statue, and then those two bozos behind us. Wait, now that I think about it, it's got to be them. There's one of them who's always going back and forth to the statue.
Quieter. That's all we need for them to hear us.
What brings you to dark water?
That statue represents your local saint.
What do you mean by local, exactly?
You wouldn't be looking down at us, like all townspeople do.
St. Brendan. He protected whalers and fishermen like us. Until those assholes defaced him.
So vom Feeling, vom Timing her, ich muss in die Richtung gucken, auf die Kamera, fühlt sich bis jetzt sehr an wie ein Cthulhu Pen Pap. So, man kommt langsam rein, irgendjemand will, dass man was untersucht, man befragt ein paar Leute, die sind einem nicht wohlgesinnt, man versucht so ein bisschen was rauszufinden. Ja?
Peculiar house.
Yeah, that's where we live. Our boat.
It's not because it doesn't float anymore that we're going to abandon it.
Isn't it a bit early for alcohol?
We got nothing better to do anyway. There's not much work around here.
Fitzroy gives us a few chores every now and again, but since the whaling station shut down, ain't a lot of jobs left around here.
So we drink.
Ich muss in dem kurz Benachrichtigung ausstellen. Mich triggert es sehr, dass ich angezeigt bekomme, wenn jemand anderes ein Spiel öffnet. Jetzt muss ich nur die Einstellung auch finden, actually. Ich hab Notification-Ding einfach nicht gesehen, holy shit.
2 guys behind you. What are they guarding?
The bootleggers. Scum.
They're protecting their territory. From whom, I wonder?
They really don't have a choice anyway. They're more scared of Cat than an attack by drunken sailors.
If only they would kill each other.
Is it Cat who's shaking down Captain Fitzroy?
Hold on just a minute. We didn't tell you a thing.
Nothing at all.
Okay.
I've taken enough of your time.
We'll see you later.
So, okay, gerade mal gleich zur Statue, aber auf dem Weg kann man ja nochmal nicht mit dem Herrn reden. Boah, das ist eigentlich ein schönes Bild. Leuchtturm in der Ferne.
St. Brendan, patron saint of sailors and travelers. Desecrated. I can't even say which language it's written in.
Hm. Mit 0% Okkultismus hätte ich es halt auch eigentlich nicht probieren müssen, ne? Gab schon bessere Ideen. Eine Tür, die kann ich.
Damnation. I broke it. It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Dann Lucky. Ich kann mich ducken, aber ich kann nicht springen. Das wäre auch zu einfach. Oder kann ich springen und ich weiß es nur nicht. Nein, okay. Ich kann auch springen. Noch nichts zu.
No, if it gets out, I'll have serious problems with you-know-who.
I bet that you hid them somewhere in your... How could you be dumb enough to leave the entrance to the warehouses unguarded?
Keep your voice down. Why not go and shout at the cat while you're at it? I don't want to end up with her little knife under my throat.
It's a stiletto, you idiot. And with that smell on your breath, I don't give you much chance anyway.
Okay.
Who's this guy?
No idea. You better keep it shut. What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
We saw you talking to the 2 soaks. Go die of thirst, the lot of you. It'll stink less.
I've got to enter the Hawkins warehouse. I guess it's going to be complicated.
No, it's very simple, in fact. Fuck off.
I don't give a damn about your racket. I just want to get into this warehouse.
And we don't give a damn about you. Whatever your reason for wanting inside, there's nothing we can do for you.
Cat. She's your boss.
What? You listen through keyholes?
She's the boss, yeah.
She says who goes in or not.
Shut up, you dummy. You wanted to know that you also talk too much.
She must be quite intimidating if she can make two men like you tremble.
She redid the smile at the last one who wanted to get in.
I hope he had a good dentist.
No, you don't understand. She really cut him a new smile.
But he only smiles with the left cheek.
She sounds frightening, your boss.
And she doesn't like to be talked about behind her back.
I went to see the statue of St. Brendan.
What makes you think we did it?
We're bootleggers, not savages.
Who do you think defaced the statue?
What do I know? They could have done it by themselves.
The sailors?
Who else, in your opinion? And who's interested?
So, who are you?
Are you stupid or are you doing it on purpose?
Everybody knows us on Darkwater.
I've just arrived.
Let's just say we're standing guard for the owner of the site. And we let no one enter her property.
Boah.
I bid you gentlemen farewell.
Ich will nicht unbedingt direkt sie anlügen. Also nicht direkt versuchen, sie anzulügen. Guck mal, ob ich jetzt irgendwie rechts rum vorbeikomme oder so. Ja, guck mal, jetzt komme ich hier durch.
You saw what happened with those sailors. Don't hang around here unless you want trouble with the bootleggers.
This warehouse looks abandoned. Why does it interest them so much?
No doubt a question of territory, but I ain't asking. You want to know more, go ask the captain.
Good. Thank you. I've seen the kind of messages their boss sends. You're not scared of her.
Of course I am. Everyone's scared of that woman. She's not interested in small fry like me. You, on the other hand, nose around too much, you'll have dealings with her.
I shall take my leave. A handle. It must come from these old winches.
Ich muss irgendwie hoch.
It looks like there's a way in under this grate.
I guess.
I could use this old winch to lift the grating.
Irgendwie interagiere ich jetzt damit.
A whale vertebra. If the newspaper clipping in the bar is true, this bone is a real fossil.
Okay. Da.
A ratchet device. Exactly what I need.
Aber Mir fehlt immer noch was. Ich kann hier nicht runter. Ich muss die Leiter nehmen. Okay, ich war hier, hab das hier abgesucht.
It should be possible to mount this cogwheel on the winch.
So, jetzt habe ich alles.
Looks like everything is in its place. All I have to do is turn this handle.
Okay. So, dann. Bevor ich das hier herabgehe, kurze Pause. Geht gleich weiter. Ich gebe kurz eine Werbung, solange ich aufs Klo gehe. Und dann sehen wir uns in 90 Sekunden wieder. Gleich. Guten Tag. Gleich jetzt. Ich hoffe, die Ads habt ihr alle gut überstanden.
Smoke. It's that's coming from this oil. I hope it's not toxic.
Thema Großmomente. Hier war er. Scheiße. Oh, ich muss richtig dumm geguckt haben. Oh.
This is primitive. Ugh, this place stinks. What is the connection between this place and the Sarah Hawkins case? What happened here?
Mm-hmm.
Who has enough money to buy painkillers, but stays in a place like this? It smells as bad as it looks. Is this one of Sarah Hawkins' paintings?
Drei Punkte haben wir übrig. Können halt actually. Oh. Ja, doch, komm, ich würde mal Eloquenz machen. Und dann, wenn wir das hoch haben, dann auf Psychology gehen.
Someone has settled in here. And whoever it is has something to tell me about the Hawkins case. Is there anyone in there? You! Don't move! Detective Pierce. I told you to stay away from this warehouse.
Oh, Fredden ist immer gut. Oh, oh. Ich würde dir gern Psychology machen, ne? Aber, Bruder, bin ich da schlecht drin? Also guck mal, ob wir um die Option drumherum kommen, ne?
Look around you. Someone has settled in here. Can you explain what this painting is doing here?
This strange portrait. Wait, I know it. It was in the Hawkins mansion when we came to investigate the fire.
So you confirm that it was removed from the crime scene? Interesting. I'd like to go and see the mansion now.
Of course. You want to go back along his trail? I'd like to understand how this painting made it to here. Come on. My car's parked down the way. Andrews, would you please shut the door? And open your eyes, damn it. This guy went right under your nose. God damn it. Her again. This case has nothing to do with you, Baker. Clear the passage or I'll shut you up for obstruction.
Officer Bradley, you've finally grown a pair. Too bad you're too fat to see them down there.
Why, you?
Come on, keep the smile. You don't want to force me to widen it.
Okay, I get it. Can we go to the mansion now?
Who the hell are you? What were you doing on my turf? I've got my eye on you. We'll meet again.
Is it far, this mansion?
Look behind you, at the top of the ridge. You see the building? That's the Hawkins mansion. Come on, we got some driving to do.
Mhm.
Well, here we are, Hawkins mansion. The place has been abandoned since the fire. There's only old Winchester in his hut.
I see no scorched trees or fire damage on the building.
You're pretty damn observant, ain't you? The fire was quickly contained. Old Silas acted as soon as he could.
Not soon enough to save the Hawkins.
They were trapped in the drawing room. And don't go troubling Silas anymore. His guilt torments him enough as it is. Are we gonna take a closer look at this mansion, or do you have other questions?
I have other questions.
Your partner, Andrews, warned me against him.
You managed to get something out of that bum? I'll end up asking you for advice.
He talks too much. He inferred that old Silas was slightly unhinged.
That's not far off the mark, I suppose. But kinda unfair at the same time. You know, Silas Winchester has been working for the Hawkins family as far back as I can remember. Charles was like a son to him. The day of the fire, he lost his whole family. So he's got nowhere to go. And, as you'll see, in a way, he's still watching over them. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Or do you want to go up there?
You're the one who looked after the Hawkins case.
Don't think I was trying to hide it. It's just that this discovery shakes my convictions.
That's why you're so keen to find out who removed the painting from the mansion.
Yes. If something escaped us, or if there's been a law enforcement error, then it's up to the police to make good its mistake. Anything else?
You won't get me to believe that it looked any better 3 months ago.
It's a very old building, you know? Its foundations would probably date from the arrival of the first settlers.
It's got nothing to do with Charles Hawkins' debts.
Ha! You've already begun to nose around, it would seem. So, since you already know it, the Hawkins family couldn't afford the upkeep of this house. It remains to be seen what they did with all their money. I wager it was Charles Hawkins' travels. Let's go up there. Unless you still have questions.
Not a
I
question.
prefer to be prepared if there's going to be trouble.
It's a wise attitude. But apart from old Silas and some rotten floorboards, there's nothing to worry about.
Could he be a problem?
Strictly speaking, he ain't dangerous. But since the tragedy, he's been a little touched. Though he's a remarkably sturdy man, given his age. A true force of nature.
A sad old man doesn't worry me.
Gee, if you don't want to listen to my advice, we might as well go. Right?
Rotten Floorboards. Déjà-vu vielleicht? Rita?
Night falls quickly here, and I want to be able to see when we arrive.
I'll go with you, if only to reassure Silas.
Why not? You can help.
Right. Let's go.
Bradley was right. This place is much older than I imagined.
Hey, es wurde hier von den Menschen gesprochen, dass es hier vergammelte Böden gibt. Floorboards. Da habe ich dich gefragt, ob du ein Déjà-vu hast. For the Lord System. Okay. Wieso ändert sich die Musik so? Oh, Grab. Deswegen.
Charles Hawkins' grave. Who could have done this?
I told you. Silas Winchester is still watching over the Hawkins family.
I must say, it's pretty gloomy.
So, Detective, does this place inspire any thoughts?
Why were they buried here?
I was given to believe that it was Charles Hawkins' wish.
Strange idea. I imagine Webster wasn't too pleased.
Mrs. Hawkins' father? It's said that he's devastated.
Let's go to the mansion.
Please give me a minute. I didn't expect to set foot back here after the burial. What kind of deranged individual would defile this sanctuary? And steal a burnt painting? I don't see Silas doing such a thing.
Poor kid.
Alone allowing it. Even that broad baker is above that. Lord, have pity on this poor family.
The flowers on Sarah Hawkins' grave are fresh.
Nicht auf Geräusche reinfallen, sagst du, okay.
Poor kid.
Mhm. Noch bin ich selber. Genau, was haben wir herausgefunden? Stopp, Chapter 2 da, okay. Exakt. Noch. Kommt der Boso jetzt auch hinterher oder nicht? Egal. Game saved. Und die Musik ändert sich.
I'll have to find another entrance. This entrance is still in use.
Whoa! Whoa! You were trying to force the door, you nosy prick!
Easy, sir, all right? Put down the axe.
You know what we do with rubble like you? We gut them! Dump them into the ocean!
Whoa! You're Mr. Winchester. Lower that axe. And let's talk calmly.
I'll show you how we have it out on Darkwater.
Sarah Hawkins' father sent me here to investigate the death of his daughter.
Webster, huh? I understand how he feels. But me? I want the dead to rest in peace. And that means kicking the ass of gumshoes like you.
Why would you not want me to help understand what happened here?
I've got nothing to hide. Tell me what you're doing here. And no baloney.
The police report describes a domestic accident. But Stephen Webster has several reasons to believe that this may not be the case.
Webster is as stubborn as an old mule. And I did tell him that we should let the dead rest in peace.
He wants to restore the reputation of his daughter. I just need to see where the fire started.
The mansion isn't safe. You would break your neck as sure as you're trying my patience right now.
That's why you barricaded the entrance.
That's right.
And this door?
It's locked. And I make sure it stays that way.
No one lives in the mansion, and you don't take care of it anymore. If you have a good reason to be here, I'm listening.
There's vermin. I keep an eye out.
Vermin?
Yeah, that's it, vermin.
Right. This is what we're going to do. I go inside, and I promise that I'll hunt vermin. Okay with you?
I'm not sure.
If there's nothing else to fear, you can give me that key.
Right. Take the key and do what you have to do. Go on, then. Just to get rid of you.
Let's see what more I can learn from this mansion.
Jetzt kommt er da an. Jetzt kommt er da an. Jetzt.
Pierce, shall we enter? Now that you finish your fun and games with Silas, we can perhaps inspect the mansion.
You're right. Let's go.
Nur weil er da seine 60 Sekunden haben wollte.
Stop bothering me. Stop.
Let's take a look inside.
I'm with you.
Oh. Nee. Immer diese Polizisten. Er ist bei SEB auf jeden Fall mitgemeint. explizit.
Follow me. I know the place. Who left this light on?
Wir sind Expert in Eloquenz. Wir sind jetzt sehr, sehr eloquent. Sechs Punkte für Master oder was auch immer das ist. Interesting. Aber erstmal kommt Psychologie jetzt dann noch. Mindestens auf 3. Mal gucken, ob ich hier. Oh mein Gott.
The Last Supper of the Hawkins. What does this tell me? What kind of meat is this?
By the way, wenn man einen Check macht und der Charakter sagt, what kind of meat is this, habt ihr den Check nicht geschafft.
This place is for the head of the family, Charles Hawkins.
Mhm. Sieht ein bisschen aus, als hätte er es umgestoßen ins Feuer. Ich sehe hier keinen weiteren. Hinweis. Bin ich dumm? Muss ich einfach wieder rausgehen? Oh, das habe ich übersehen.
The boy was probably here. Smashed his plate on the floor. Sarah Hawkins' plate. Why did she leave it untouched? Something happened at this table. An argument?
Hey, Pierce. Daydreaming again?
Working, officer. This dinner table tells us a lot about the Hawkins family life.
Well, we don't have all day. The scene of the fire is next door.
Let's see if I can
Silas
find
managed to
something
bring
the
the
cops
fire under
missed.
control, but it was already too late for the Hawkins.
Also, wir haben hier einen Hinweis.
Was Charles Hawkins a heavy drinker?
Dringend. Da hing ein Bild.
The painting I found on the docks really came from here. How come it didn't burn?
How did it not burn?
They had a fight. Why? Did Sarah Hawkins lose one of her shoes? How?
Oh.
Did it stop at the time of the fire? The child's corpse left a trace. Where are the others?
So, ich muss aber nochmal kurz auf K. Ich habe viel zu viel getrunken. Ja, ne? Ich gebe euch nochmal kurz eine kleine Werbung. Bis gleich. Ja, du bekommst wahrscheinlich, weil du Mod bist oder so, einen Spaß. Oder Sap. Du bist, oder? Mod oder Sub, sowas in der Art wahrscheinlich. Ich habe hier auf jeden Fall Werbung angeklickt. Ich habe Feedback bekommen, dass Werbung ist. Ähm. Ja. Investigating even more. Hm. Aha.
Did someone escape the fire? Blood. This lamp was thrown. This was no accident. This was a fight. Someone fell here. A desperate attempt to flee. And the boy.
So, Detective, what do you make of it?
Oh, oh. Was werfe ich mir im Kopf? Das ist ein bisschen arg aggressiv, würde ich sagen. Ich würde einfach sagen, wir kommen mit den Fakten, oder? Oder?
I firmly believe this fire was more than just an accident.
What's your theory?
Oh. Mm.
I think the Hawkins couple got into a fight.
You sure of that?
There's only one way to be sure.
I just ask that you don't disturb anything. If Chief West found out about what we're doing, I'd be in serious trouble.
These bandages are covered in dried blood. But whose? The lyrics of the drunken sailor, a sea shanty. This door is blocked from the outside. An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dated 1818.
Wäre viel wert. Ein paar Mäuslein. Ich habe immer noch die Angst, dass er mir einfach irgendwann eins überzieht. Polizist. Gerade will ich nicht mit ihm reden. Ich habe hier noch nicht alles. Okay, hier nicht mehr.
The lyrics of the drunken sailor, a sea shanty.
Aber wo kann ich in dem Raum denn noch nachgucken? Also, hä?
This door is blocked from the outside.
Hier hört das grüne Licht wieder auf.
Moby Dick, Melville's classic. The epic battle between man and whale. Mandatory reading for any whaler, I guess.
Schwach.
This place was falling apart long before the fire. What could Sarah have done to make this person threaten to call the police?
Dear sir, as you know, I have always held you and your family in high respect. Unfortunately, I can no longer continue to close my eyes on the behavior of your wife. Last week, she again terrified my clientele. I know that she means no harm, but you should place her in the care of Dr. Fuller. He alone seems to be able to make you come to senses. If these disturbances were to recur, believe me that although I would feel like torture, I would be obliged to involve the police. Respectfully yours, Anton Wellard. Genau, man kann es nicht zur Seite schaffen. Hier wieder runter als Shortcut.
Locked.
Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na.
A book on hunting whales, the island's staple diet last century. One of Sarah Hawkins' paintings. Her style sure is recognizable. One of Sarah Hawkins' paintings. Her style sure is 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Another story about the mysteries of the deep.
Rare edition. Oh.
Crowbar. Could prove useful.
Ich habe jetzt hier anscheinend alles gefunden. So, ich checke jetzt mal kurz hier, ob hier der Grün auftaucht. Nein, tut's nicht. Okay.
This piano is in disrepair. Looks like the Hawkins kept it more for decoration than for music. What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
Well, not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance. If you're right, we should be able to find clues among the Hawkins' personal effects.
Okay, aber das Game will jetzt, dass ich alleine weitergehe. Ohne ihn mitzunehmen. Ich habe schon ein bisschen Schiss. Was ist nur mit dieser kleinen Scheiß? Was ist ja jetzt? Kein Licht.
The boys' room.
Bitte gib mir Licht, gib mir Licht. Oh, diese eingeschränkte Sicht wegen der Dunkelheit. Oh mein Gott, war die furchtbar. Alter, war die richtig furchtbar. Holy shit.
A child's fort. From what threat was Simon protecting his world? Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain. Sarah must have read it to him before bed. Sleeping pills. Strong for an 11-year-old boy. What was wrong with this family? What nightmarish vision could have inspired them? Simon's troubles went beyond family problems. That kid saw something. Something terrified him. What will her room reveal about her? Barbiturates. Sarah Hawkins must have been extremely agitated resorting to such a treatment.
%5 Okkultismus.
This padlock is too complicated for me.
The fuck.
This ledger lists all of the paintings Sarah Hawkins sold.
Das ist viel Geld.
It seems the last one was given for free to a Francis Sanders. I wonder why. Despite what happened, they seem to have loved each other. Was Sarah Hawkins interested in the occult? What was she trying to achieve? The door is blocked on the other side. Bradley? Is that you? Is anyone there?
You! Stop!
Bradley, did you see which way he went?
Who? I didn't see anyone. I just heard some noise. Are you all right?
A man was hiding on the upper level. He ran when he saw me. He can't be far.
I'll cover you.
This door was closed earlier. Where did he go?
Checken die Markings da unten.
It looks like an old seaway map. Clearly, Charles Hawkins knew Captain Fitzroy very well. I wonder who the man with the glasses is in the photograph. As if the bookcase has been moved several times.
Do you really think that your fugitive came in here? I don't see any way out.
This panel is movable. The Scylla. It's the boat that was stranded at the cogwheels. They must be linked to an opening mechanism. Probably a secret passage. I must find a way to activate the opening mechanism. With this, I should be able to force the gears.
Well done, Pierce.
Intense. Es ist intens. Oh mein Gott.
Secret passage under the manor. It's like a detective novel. That guy must have already gotten far.
Yeah. And he had a direct means of entry to the crime scene. 3 seats. Did Charles Hawkins use this place? Who were the others?
Darüber machen wir uns keine Gedanken.
Whatever Charles Hawkins hid here, he didn't want it in his house.
Was auf dem Tisch?
What is this mask supposed to represent? This piece of cloth is unmistakably from a dress. Was Sarah Hawkins here?
Das also entdeckt. Und das hat Ihnen vielleicht nicht gefallen. Danach gab es den Streit.
Of course.
And something tells me that the key is climbing these steps. There's tunnels all over this island. Given the size of this cave, there's gotta be other entrances.
The passage continues further down. Might as well start with that.
I ain't gonna squeeze in there. I'll find another way. If possible, I prefer not to ruin my uniform.
Fine. Go look for another entrance. I'll try my luck down below.
Oh, hier.
These paintings must be several centuries old.
tribe of men, worshippers of the sea and its benefits, landed on the shores of an island surrounded by dark waters. They were discovered by a creature some called the Devourer of Whales. For years the creature hunted them down in their dreams until their weakened minds surrendered. Following the creature's orders, they sunk into the dark waters surrounding the island and never come back. Extract taken from the Malleus Mysterium by Abigail G.
This monstrous creature must be an allegory. These buildings seem to have come out of the water.
Wir haben 5 Punkte available. Ja, erstmal das machen. Dann haben wir auch fast das. Das ist gut. Holy shit.
Time has weakened these structures.
Kerzen.
I don't have time to search them all. This oil again. What is it used for? What's going on here? Peace. Keep your voice down. We're not alone.
Good God. What have you got me into?
We'll see. I'll go on. Try to go down on your side.
Yeah, there's a passage. I'll meet you at the bottom.
Warte. Scheiße.
A mass grave. A table for sacrifice? I got it.
Oh, I can't breathe. What's happening?
No, damn it! I must find a way out of here.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is time. You will soon be one of us, if your body and mind are ready.
I dream of it every night. I have constant visions. I am ready.
Good enough. Prove it to us.
It's like in my dream. It seems to have been used recently. Probably some sort of ritual.
Ich mag nicht aufstehen und laut sein.
I can't read Latin.
Oh, I can't read Latin. Ah. Warte. Ich muss gleich schon wieder verdrüsten. Ich bin gleich wieder da. Und ja. Kann ich aufhören? Ich will nicht aufhören. Deswegen Pause und dann geht's gleich auch wieder weiter. So, Leute. Ich bin wieder da. Und es geht auch weiter. Wir kommen von hier. Wieso sperrt ihr dann hier durch? Kurz einsortieren. In my dream.
You who sleeps, accept this dreamer under your immortal wing.
Ya Cthulhu Nitziha Fitag.
Grant him your flesh and accept his.
I feel him.
You are gifted indeed. Not another word. Let him pass through every part of you. All you who sleep, we pray for your return into the kingdom of the earth.
Stelbsna Cthulhu Kashok.
Die wirklich on edge. Das ist nicht so entspannend. Auch irgendwie Bock, da closer zu steppen. Liegt da einer?
Bring me more sacred flesh.
Dead? This ritual killed him. Where's the sense in that?
We are ready for the ceremony. What about your protege?
His awakening is complete. He will join you shortly.
Cthulhu, Lenalaf, Kleel noch Schlag, Rele, Gorkanira, Sigov, Benihapedach, Nikif, Kristel, Bas, Natulu, Lenalaf, Clear noch schlag hele. Gorka niha. Sigov venia bedach the gif creaster as natunu.
Bradley, what are you doing here? I saw two odd-looking guys coming down. Seemed up to no good.
Sigov venia bedach the gif creaster.
What in the world is this?
An intruder!
Oh, shit! Don't move! Police! Don't move! I won't hesitate!
Bradley, get back!
Shoot.
Get back!
You asked for it! You shouldn't have seen this.
It's caving in. I need to get out of here. My leg! Light. At last.
Holy moly. Ja.
Prepare another shot for injection.
He's having a seizure.
He will survive. Strong subject. There, he's opening his eyes.
You saved him, Fuller. I can't get up.
Don't move, Pierce. You can certainly say that you gave us a scare.
What did you do to me? Undo these straps!
Whoa, go easy, my friend.
You were dead. He killed you.
Are you sure he's better?
He was dead. Me too, we were dead. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, my friend.
What? No!
Where am I?
Mr. Sanders, you have to come with us.
No, please. I can't leave here.
You got no choice, Sanders, and neither do we.
No, you don't understand. If I go out, he'll see me. No! No!
You're leaving this cell.
Please. I don't want him to find me.
They tracked and hunted me, pursued me right into their dreams. They swooned over their maps in the wake of my lonely wanderings. No sea is dark enough to hide the color of my blood. No wind strong enough to scatter my dreams. When the last of them rises up, you will choose. I will not be here to bear witness to it, because you will have released me. But the earth will resound to your cries, or theirs. Awake and free me.
You there. Wake up. Come on, stand up. We don't have much time. Can you stand up?
Who are you?
A friend of Ethan Bradley. It was he who told me that you had been interned here.
Wait. Bradley is really alive? I don't understand. You filled me so full of drugs I can't distinguish dream from reality.
Please believe that I have nothing to do with these disgraceful treatments. Look, I don't have time to explain everything. I'm not really supposed to be here. And the same goes for you, according to Ethan. You must leave as soon as possible, and as unobtrusively as possible. I've brought you your clothes. Let me go ahead. We'll meet upstairs.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? What do they do to the patients to make them so terrified?
I would really like to know. I only see them when they are brought up for medical treatment, for problems they didn't have before going downstairs. But this is neither the time nor the place to talk about that. We must not stay here. There are 2 men standing guard near the stairs. It's the only way to the floor above. I shall try to distract them, and get at least one to come with me. All you need to do is to follow me as soon as the way is free.
Understood.
Ich hätte so gern mehr in Stärke rein gemacht jetzt für die Situation, aber lohnt sich nicht. Erst.
What does this mean? Sarah. Am I in an asylum?
Ja, natürlich.
What did he write about the painting?
Paintings are cursed.
Why the
Oh.
strange symbol repeated over and over? What did they inject him with?
I don't know anything.
Sarah Hawkins is on this list of authorized visitors.
Aber ich auch besser, so, dass ich da nicht reinkomme.
Poor wretch.
Dr. Colden, I would like to say that I'm surprised to see you, but we all know that your curiosity will be your ruin.
I don't understand. These people need care. You keep them in this terrible place as if...
Go back upstairs where your patients are waiting for you to treat them. As for you, gentlemen, do not disappoint me anymore. No one enters or leaves.
Yes, Doctor. Damn it. I'll have to find a way of getting rid of those two myself.
I told you not to let her come down.
I know.
The machine is working again, but the control wheels haven't been put back on.
I was just going to the storage room. I can bring them to you.
No, Dr. Fuller doesn't want us touching the pressure valves.
As you want. I'm gonna see if there's sleeping pills left. They've run out again upstairs.
Put a few aside for me, will you? And above all, leave the wheels where they are.
The green gas leaves from here and it runs through the whole building.
Dr. Fuller, I've prepared your machine as best as I can. However, the piping has been damaged and I fear that gas is escaping. I cannot do any more in such a short time. All I can do is warn to you, if the equipment is put under too much pressure, there's a risk of explosion. That I'm a mechanic.
A duct. It's impossible to break this chain with my bare hands. This valve controls the pressure. This padlock is too complicated for me. The control wheel is missing. It's locked.
You'll find me. You can see me. Let's calm down. Pain is just information, dear Francis. Invaluable information for my research.
Kill me! Kill me!
What?
If you don't kill me, he will.
My poor friend, I fear your mind is lost forever.
Good God. What could this machine be used for?
According to his record, the patient seems to suffering from psychosis. He gouged his own eyes out in an attack of delirium. That's the Sanders. Okay.
It's an ammeter. I didn't expect to see one on this little rock. This machine seems to consume a great deal of electricity. What will happen if I increase the current to the limit? The corpse is complete. Whose are these limbs? Is there a connection between this corpse and the machine? I can still increase the load. Have I activated anything? I can still increase the load. Worse and worse. Vats of rotten flesh? An elaborate electrical system? Like a dumb pulp novel. It's done. Now for the others.
One, two, three, four, five,
locked.
Every tome, the first in a series of 3 volumes, is the bedside book of every experienced practitioner. It contains all the recent advances in modern medicine. Freely found in the libraries of major medical universities, it is surprising to discover a copy in such an isolated place. Oh, die können mich ja vielleicht sehen.
I could use this control wheel to turn the valve I saw.
Richtig.
Now for the next step.
Was?
It's impossible to break this chain with my bare hands. It's no use. The padlock won't give. Perfect. With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape.
Noch ein Wheel. Okay, ich muss kurz raustappen.
Scopolamine, morphine, opium. Nothing but common drugs.
There.
Alter. Shit.
With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape. Scopolamine F. There's no such thing. They've created derivatives of all common medicines. It's no use. The padlock won't give. Theoretically, I've only got one lever to push. This lever must turn on the gas machine. I've got to hide before the guards see me.
Who did this? Is somebody here?
Hell's teeth. Fuller's gonna think we did this. We gotta tell him, though.
Is that you?
Don't you worry about the doctor. Right now, he'll have plenty to keep him busy with his precious machine. It gives us time to get away. I'll undo you.
Get away? Get away where? I can't go anywhere. It'll find me, like it found me here. You're mistaken about the beast. Don't stay with me, or you'll end up the same way.
You're Sanders, aren't you? I heard you from my cell. What did they do to you? What does Fuller want with you?
The doctor? You think it's the doctor who scares me? The doctor wants to heal me. But he's the one who's crazy. He wants to restore my sight. He wants to give me back my eyes. And yet I told him that I didn't want him. I do not want to see it anymore. The real culprit is Sarah. Her and her accursed paintings.
You're kidding me. You're talking about Sarah Hawkins.
The one and only. The legendary. There is no artist more enlightened or cursed than Sarah Hawkins.
In her office, I saw signs of a ritual, perhaps an invocation. These things, that's what makes you say she's cursed.
You're wrong. It was not an invocation, but a revocation. But she failed. And that's what counts.
What's going on this island?
I'm so sorry. We should never have met.
What are you talking about?
Destiny! It has trapped you. Don't let it see you, or you won't be able to escape it. Don't look at it. That's how it finds you.
What finds me?
Sarah Hawkins' visitor. The Shambler.
Sanders, pull yourself together.
Without her, it's no longer possible to save me.
I got it.
This is insane. What killed him? Damn! The gas! Oh. My head.
Later. We need to move on.
Oh, das ist intens. Ich brauche vom Game hier beruhigtere Sachen. Oh, aber doch keine Tentakeln. Oh mein Gott.
Who goes there? That nightmare again. I need a drink.
What? Nee, jetzt träume ich gerade. Ja.
You're awake, Mr. Pierce. How do you feel?
Did I sleep long?
The day is only starting. It's fine.
How's our fugitive? Dr. Fuller hasn't reported your disappearance to the force, but that'll come soon.
Bradley?
Who else would it be?
Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look like you saw a ghost.
There are things I can't explain.
Tell us. What happened?
I met a Francis Sanders. Do you know him?
Of course, he's a patient. Or was. I haven't seen him since Dr. Fuller had him transferred to the basement.
He knew Sarah Hawkins, and that's what killed him.
What? How did he die?
I'm not sure I can explain it.
Tell me how Mr. Sanders died.
I didn't see what, but something was there with us.
Of what do you speak?
Sanders said it was Sarah Hawkins' visitor. He spoke of it like a living being.
Sarah Hawkins? Have I missed something here? This makes no sense. I don't see how it can help crack the Hawkins case.
You really think she's involved? How could she have murdered Mr. Sanders?
Francis Sanders mentioned Mrs. Hawkins just before dying. It's no coincidence.
You know, Francis Sanders was a well-known art collector. I guess you can still pay a visit to his wife, Irene Sanders.
An art collector, you say? That's probably how they met.
If you plan on having dinner at the Sanders household, please spare the widow the tale of her late husband's suffering.
I don't agree. She deserves the truth.
But that truth may be biased. We don't know the bottom of it.
You're right. Without a plausible explanation for what I saw, let's not jump to conclusions.
That seems wise indeed.
Very well. I'll go to see Francis's widow. Perhaps I'll find a link between her husband's death and Sarah Hawkins.
Don't end up in the hospital this time.
I'll do my best.
Let us go now and learn the truth about what's happening on this island.
The other night's events are still confused in my head.
So, dann, ich werfe nochmal eine Pause ein. Und dann gehen wir in den letzten Stint. Würde ich sagen. Bis gleich. Drei Punkte. Ist ein halbes Level. Ist ein halbes Level. Puh. Das heißt, ich habe 1 verpasst quasi. Sind die shaken? Definitiv, ja.
What can I do for you, sir?
Mrs. Sanders, I'm a private detective. We must talk about your husband and his ties to Sarah Hawkins. Can I come in?
You may. However, before we go any further, please know that my husband died yesterday.
That is precisely what brings me here.
Well, well, look who's here. You know each other.
Our paths crossed, briefly. The brave detective has a talent for sticking his nose into my business.
I bump into her every time I'm investigating someone's death.
It's a small island, Detective. My island. It's better that it's you bumping into me.
You're investigating Francis' death. Why? Who hired you?
I spoke to Francis before he died. His story suggests a link to a case I'm working on.
Well, since this business has got nothing to do with me, I'll be in your husband's office, Irene. We'll carry on later.
Very well, Miss Baker. This way, Mr. Pierce. And do make yourself comfortable. It would seem that you have much to tell me. May I inquire as to when you had the opportunity to talk to my husband?
Yesterday. I met him at the hospital. He spoke to me about Sarah Hawkins.
Oh, of course he spoke to you about her. That's all he talked about. Sarah Hawkins and her paintings. Please forgive my tone. The fact is that I have not been allowed to see him since he was interned. You, on the other hand, a perfect stranger, were able to see him and even talk with him the day he died. How was he? Were you present when he had this attack? What happened?
Was heißt ja, dass ich es habe, ne?
What happened to your husband is terrible, Mrs. Sanders. But from what I saw, it was inevitable. The man I met yesterday had lost his reason. He suffers no longer, if you would allow me such a platitude.
Of course. Thank you for your kind words. Nobody in that hospital would have deigned to speak them to me. However, it will require more than that to soothe my mind. I need to understand. How could this happen? In a reputed institute? And right before your eyes? Did you not do anything to help him?
It's terrible what happened to your husband, but I had nothing to do with it. I was injured, and I came across him in the hospital quite by chance.
Injured? Well, I'm delighted to see you in such fine fettle, Detective. Not everybody enjoyed such a prompt recovery.
I suppose Fuller does do miracles now and again.
Luck is obviously very kind to you. Oh, I'm tired, Mr. Pierce. I would be grateful if you could tell me what you expect of me, and then leave.
Did your husband talk to you about Sarah Hawkins' visitor? A shambler, to use his precise terms.
Well, you can imagine that's all he talked about. It's exhibited at the center of the gallery. No better place for the painting that endowed him with the privilege of such a shameful and miserable end to his life.
Hold on. The Shambler is a painting by Sarah Hawkins.
Who else to paint such horrors? Take a look for yourself, if you feel so inclined.
It is my only lead at this stage. I suppose I have nothing to lose.
Then you have paid no heed. For my part, I refuse to set foot in that gallery again. But if you're so eager to see it...
Thank you, Mrs. Sanders. I won't be long. The day the Shambler came into the Sanders' lives. A house of artists. A house of artists. Frances Sanders and Sarah Hawkins were close. Friends, even? Sanders' accession register. He wrote beside the Shambler, "Finally." What did Sarah Hawkins fear so much that she didn't want to sell the painting? He finally won. Was Sanders aware of his imminent doom? She despises Sarah Hawkins, but it's the painting she truly hates. Why? She first refused to sell the painting. How did that make her feel? The Shambler. I need to see it. Let's see what this cylinder has to say once it's inserted in a phonograph. An old diary.
This volume spent some time on Baron Wickwood's community. His wife expresses her worries about the strange dreams that the Veterans congregation are having since their arrival on the island. Some members of the community husband included begin to speak of their vision as a messenger sent by God. She's scared that they will suffer the same fate as the lost tribe. on an anatomical question is the work of a student in book form. Although the observations are relevant, they lack the expertise of an experienced physician. However, the question asked allow us to imagine new ways of human anatomy. It is kind of an encyclopedia of monsters and unknown creatures. I'm beginning to believe that they exist.
That's twice you've stepped on my toes, Detective. Try not to make a habit of it.
I've got a lot of bad habits.
Some can be more fatal than others. What have you come looking for in this gallery?
I have a well-off client in Boston who heard about the death of Francis Sanders and wanted me to size up his estate before making an offer to his widow.
Perfect, Detective. The pretext? The body language? I would have bought it if it was the first time I'd seen your face. You're a good talker, Pierce. Your story will do for the moment.
And you? What brings you to the Sanders home?
I'm here on business. Irene asked me to liquidate all these paintings. She doesn't intend to hang around here for long.
Why you?
Believe it or not, there aren't many collectors on Darkwater. It needs someone with a network and a means of transport to the mainland. A choice that comes down to Fitzroy and me. And I'm far more pleasant, wouldn't you say?
Oh.
Strange. For months, Sarah Hawkins refused to part with her painting, to finally give it away for nothing.
Not now, sweetheart. I'd like to read this without some snoop looking over my shoulder.
A strange Amerindian pendant.
The Whale and the Cards, or A Brief History of Darkwater by Irvin Greenmouth. It is focused on the past glory of the island. Okay.
I could use one of those.
Haufenweise okkulter Scheiß.
These artifacts date from pre-Columbian times.
Holy shit. Das ist ja ein Museum an Scheiß, okkulte. Okay, nicht erkannt. Oh, das ist der Schembler. Das ist abgehängt.
The man transformed an entire wing of his manor into an art gallery.
Ah, okay.
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
Jetzt ist die Frage, ist es mein Untergang oder nicht?
Is this dagger part of Sanders' collection, or was he seeking to acquire it?
Ich habe Angst. Mm.
What the hell was that?
Okay.
What the hell was that?
Ah, ich bin wieder tot.
What the hell was that?
I can't even touch it.
Hä? Muss ich das Messer suchen oder what the fuck? Also, ich muss da kurz nachdenken. Also, das ist ja. Ich guess, es hat was mit dem Messer zu tun. Und. Ja, nichts anderes sein. Okay. Messer finden. Oh.
Damn. Maybe I can use this dagger.
Ich glaube, das ist der falsche Dagger. Ähm.
This dagger looks different.
Ich glaube, ich auch nicht auf das Monster. Es ist Cthulhu. Ich glaube, ich muss zum Bild.
What's the matter with you? You sure you won't be needing that hand? You're losing it, Detective. At this rate, you're right. The bottle will get you before I do.
You didn't see anything.
I saw you within an inch of putting a dagger through your forearm. Did I miss something more interesting?
Oh. Ja, lassen. Hm.
It's nothing. I think I just drank too much.
That goes without saying. If you can't tell the difference between reality and fiction, then you're in real trouble.
I ran, screamed, broke a pane of glass. You were in the next room and you didn't hear a thing.
If I hadn't heard a thing, I'd still be in the other room. The door was blocked. I got in as soon as I could. I like to look after my goods.
You mean me?
Don't flatter yourself, sweetheart. I'm talking about the contents of this gallery. And by the way, where do you think you're going with that dagger?
It saved my life. It's an extraordinary dagger.
You should talk to Algernon Drake. He's an antique dealer here on Darkwater. He'll tell you all about it. From what I saw in the ledgers, it was him who sold it to Sanders.
It's not your style to give me free information like that.
Take it as payment for being my canary. A simple trade-off. Now go see your antique seller. I've still got things to settle with Irene.
It doesn't stop.
Where's the bookseller? An old diary.
He passively declared himself to be the prophet. He renounced God and worshipped a strange pagan entity with a monstrous appearance. His wife tried to reason with him, but in vain. He was convinced that he must listen to this voice in his head because it holds the truth. Oh no. No. That was the story. Where it's gradually disappeared. Phenomenon appears even more mysterious because up till then the region was a favorite refuge for citizens. In AD 47, after months of pursuit, Silla returns to port with a gigantic creature on board. Its crew asserts that the sea monster had eaten all and disappeared a world. After a night of ferocious combat, the survivors managed to drag the beast onto the whaling ship. Noch mehr Medizinwissen. Ich bin bei 20%. Ich kann ein bisschen Medizin.
What happened here? Let's start over. Where did they break in from? Blood. Seems like amateur work. This burglar seems to be rather clumsy. What happened that made the burglar flee before finishing his work? What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene? What killed all these animals? What the? Charles Hawkins? What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess? Sarah Hawkins helped hide something in this safe. Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case. What link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
This key that bears the Elder Sign is the only one able to protect your psyche. It is in the form of a cylindrical medallion hanging at the end of a heavy chain. Hundreds of years ago, the star on the branch, whose purpose is to push back the forces of the great old ones, were engraved at its center. Everything points to it being Charles Hawkins that tore it from its last owner, an Egyptian antique dealer. I impressed cuttings that mentioned this misdemeanor. The date of the robbery coincides with the last of Hawkins' trips off to Cairo. It remains to be seen whether he knows of the true purpose of the artifact. Try to find it. Key of Relay? Raleigh?
Is everyone on this island taking sleeping pills?
The least that can be said about this book is that this title is well conceived. The illustrations of human anatomy and dissection methods presented are illustrated in great detail. You have to have a strong heart or the detachment proper to doctors to consult its pages. Geil.
Drake left instructions on how to find the combination of his safe.
If somebody finds these memoirs, there will be no doubt that I am in serious trouble. My last and only hope is that my body and bones are still in this plane of reality. In order that they be recovered and burned, the funeral urn must be given to my dear mother if she is still of this world. The following message is of capital importance. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrates acuity as sharp as mine Ich muss das Wort googeln. Schärfe. Sehschärfe? Schärfe? Okay, ja. In hope to gain access to my most precious possession. It lies within my safe, and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders, each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek world. Each cylinder is numbered, even if, as the celebrated author says, order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Indeed, despite my preference for organized chaos, I must admit that reason usually prevails in the end. If by chance a person, or should I say a genius, was to match my intellect and find the combination of the safe, I would ask that they deliver its content into the safekeeping of my friend and colleague Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University. The content of this safe is not only a vast digest of knowledge, but also a weapon that is far too dangerous for it to fall into the wrong hands. I hope that you will be able to appreciate the danger that this represents, and that you will act accordingly. In any event, I will neither be there to guide you nor to suffer from your actions. Holy fucking shit. 3 cylinders were Greek stuff. Oh my god.
Arkham editions. Never heard of him.
The legendary King's Mountain contains various rituals of invocation and rituals of curse, created by Claudia D. Waits, based on L.W. DeLauren's original. This volume is part of the Arkham Anthology, a luxurious collection of treatises and works on esotericism and the supernatural.
How
Okay.
many volumes are there in this collection?
Many nightmare lyrics. This collection of poems was essentially received when it first published in 1908. The baby was only 18 years old. This volume is part of the Arkham Anthology, a luxurious collection of trees and works on blah 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 blah.
Another volume by Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions? Never heard of him. How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume by Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions? How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume by Arkham Editions.
Hab ich oder? Ich sollte alle haben eigentlich.
Cylinders that Drake tried to hide. I should perhaps listen to them.
Mhm. Aber es waren 2 und 3. This book, which concludes the series, shows that this is not virtually impossible. About 10 renowned doctors took part in putting together this. History. 2.
A kind of chalice.
It seems to be very ancient. It seems to be made of gold. They could reveal precious stones to the rubies and sapphires and make a specific motive. Die wechseln sich immer ab. Okay.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets. I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny.
Also, einmal White Pieces zählen, die ihre Queen beschützen. Dann irgendwas auf dem Goblet.
And these red rocks, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets. Dear friend, I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me. Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research. I never tire of browsing through them.
Jetzt ist die Frage, ob in Volume 9 was drin steht, was wir brauchen. Oder nein, quasi schon die Antwort ist so. Wir gehen erst hin.
The Chalice of Knowledge.
Wir fangen bei der Narbe hier an, rechts an der Narbe. Also es ist 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wird aufgeschrieben. 5. So, dann Chessboard.
The Queen has little protection.
Aber wieso denn auch die Queen? Also das Ding ist, es steht ja gar kein schwarzer König drauf. Kein weiter, eins dann weiter. Aber 3 könnte die Antwort sein. Ups, soll ich nicht.
So these are the volumes that Drake was talking about in his message. What did Drake say about this collection? Drake talked about a particular... So these are the volumes that Drake was talking about in his message. What did Drake say about this collection?
9. Suffered and Other Horrors. Ja, 8 oder 9 hätte ich jetzt gesagt. Upsi. Das führt dann dazu, dass wir am Anfang eine 5 einstellen. Dann eine 3. Und dann 9 probieren. Oh, shit. Liest's. Einfach so. Blut auf den Seiten. Mach das Buch zu. Read the Necronomicon. Covered in human skin, light inside. Irresistibly attracted the detective. When he opened it, his mind was projected into another body. Oh my lord.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
What says Dr. Fuller? It's his patient, after all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll take care of you.
There's nothing we can do. I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
Very well. I'll examine him. "30-year-old subject. Severe hypothermia. Erythematous papules around the eyes and eardrums. Necrosed palpebral tissue. Lord, this smell. His skin shows abnormal loss of color and seems dried out. He's totally dehydrated. His fingertips and toes seem to feature a slight ring under the skin. Tender at the touch. Slightly sticky. Severe malnutrition. Swollen abdomen with traces of petechia. Doesn't seem like an edema. Slight protuberances seem to indicate the presence of a foreign body.
So, Doctor, an opinion?
I'm not sure I have the necessary knowledge to treat this man.
Don't say that. You're our most worthy doctor after Dr. Fuller.
Some of his symptoms are beyond my comprehension.
What did you find?
Did you examine his abdomen? It would seem there's something inside.
He hasn't eaten in days. Are you certain it's not an edema?
No. Can't you recognize an edema? Pushing with your finger won't leave a trace. And look at these bumps.
It's not like he could be pregnant.
Whatever it is, this man has something inside him that shouldn't be there. We should operate on him at once.
Dr. Fuller said not to worry, that the edema would go away by itself.
You know, I'm not sure Dr. Fuller is telling the truth. I see signs of hypodermoclysis, but he's still dehydrated. When was his last IV?
He's constantly under perfusion. I've even gone beyond the recommended dose to no avail. And you won't believe me, but when we bathed him earlier...
He seemed to feel better?
Yes. Like he needs an aquarium, not a perfusion. But that doesn't explain his condition.
In spite of the muscle contractions, his arms seem limp.
Yes. They can't have decalcified, not at this rate.
And yet, if there is a bone in this arm, it's softer than that of a newborn baby. What about his cranium?
It's soft at the touch. It does seem like the skull of a baby.
Look at these sticky rings growing at his fingertips. What can be happening?
I'm sure you'll find an explanation. You have to.
I almost don't believe it myself, but these symptoms are not those usually associated with the human species.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe in extraterrestrials.
No. This poor man is from our world, all right. But his body is undergoing unnatural mutations, and this transformation is killing him. His body simply can't cope.
Where could he have gotten such an infection?
I pray that it's not here.
Dr. Colden, may I know what you're doing to my patient?
What I'm doing? How about what you've done to him?
Let us calm down, my dear Marie. I don't appreciate your tone, nor your insinuations. I've done to him what I do to all my patients, provide him with the best available care.
Your imagination is without limit. It's your homemade drug again, is it not? Those people are not your guinea pigs.
There, there. What have you seen to put you in such a state?
These are alarming symptoms. If we don't act, he'll die.
Do you believe that? I'm not as convinced, you see. I even think this man has a strong chance of completely healing from his ailments.
No, Doctor. This patient isn't himself anymore. He's dying.
Really? What do you mean by isn't himself?
He's changing. His physical characteristics, they are more animal than human now.
Fascinating. An animal, you say? Could you be more precise? Cephalopod, perhaps?
This amuses you.
Your reaction does. I know your thirst for knowledge, Doctor. It's your innocent worries for this man that have you overreacting.
For this man, and the others whose medical files you've been hiding.
I have to protect my discovery. These people owe me their life, but the world isn't ready yet. It will be, in time.
I will not let you do this.
You disappoint me, Marie, but I still have hope you'll one day share my point of view. In the meantime, take care of your own patients and try not to forget who you're dealing with.
Was that a threat? What did he mean?
It was a warning. Dr. Fuller is this institution's founder and one of our profession's most influential voices. My word is of no weight against his. If I continue to protest, I will only ruin my reputation and career.
It's scandalous. Can't we do anything? Is there no evidence of his crimes?
Oh, that evidence exists. I'm sure of it. I need to find the missing medical files.
And where would you find those? In his office? What if you get caught?
I'd rather not think about that. I'm counting on your discretion.
Of course, Doctor. You can count on me. I'll keep mum.
No, you're pulling my leg. I'm not joking. I saw the schedule. She's alone in the bathroom again. And she still says nothing to that old witch, Donovan.
Listen to the way you talk.
Gentlemen, may I help you?
We're waiting on news regarding our mother, Maureen Harding. She came in with a kidney problem, but we haven't heard anything since.
I'm sorry. Dr. Fuller is a very busy man.
Well, is there anyone else who can tell us what's going on?
She's our only family, you know? And we can't even see her medical file.
Don't worry. I'm aware our institution is not always welcoming. But your mother is in good hands. I'll tend to her myself, and keep you informed at once. Would that suit you?
Well, that sure sounds great to us, Doctor. Thank you.
But those are just words, so we're not budging.
Very well. At least I'll know where to find you. Mrs. Sanders? Why did nobody tell me about her admission?
The file describes the state in which Irene Sanders entered the Riverside Institute as well as the treatments administered to her. Fuller added a handwritten note he recommends to take her down to the Pleiadic Ring in order to provide her with the quiet and rest that she needs. Oh, ist das ekelhaft.
He broke his back in an accident down by the docks.
Ah, the whaling station. What's wrong with me?
What are you talking about?
Doctor, that you?
Yes, it's Dr. Colden. Tell me what happened.
It's the old whaling station. See?
What did you see there?
Nothing. Nothing at all. The floor was all rotten and I fell straight through.
And that's how you broke your back?
Perhaps. No idea. passed out.
Ah, so there's Harding. She's still sleeping. Given her file, a nephrectomy would have been inevitable. But Fuller was able to save her kidney. What is the boiler room key doing here? The key to the boiler room. Not where I expected to find it. Another insomniac. I should find the cause for such a widespread trouble.
Dr. Colden, here you are at last. This patient was again brought up to the psychiatric wing. We've been following the treatment you prescribed, but the dysgeusia persists and he's lost a great deal of weight. We haven't been able to move him. The stress makes him hyperallergic.
Sir, I am going to examine you. Do you understand? Inject him with a dose of pentobarbital, intramuscular, so that I can conduct the clinical examination. He bit his lips so much, they're still bleeding. White froth, evidently because of such drooling. His binds left bloody wounds.
So, Doctor, what should we do with this patient?
Those basement brutes tied him up too tight, and now he's hurt.
I keep trying to heal his wounds, but he reopens them.
Do you have a diploma as a nurse?
Excuse me?
So take care of this man.
So, Doctor, have you been...
I've tended to her, and I have good news. Her blood analysis is reassuring. Her kidneys are as new.
Are you talking about the same person? This is miraculous.
She's still recovering, but you may speak to her upon her awakening.
Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. We'll wait for her to wake up. We've been here since this morning, so it won't make a difference.
Doctor, please. My chest. Oh.
His perfusion of a semi-physiological solution doesn't seem to work. He's undergoing a ventricular fibrillation. Nurse? Deborah, come and help me, please. His potassium level is too high. Replace it with 2% glucose solution with insulin, calcium, and sodium bicarbonate.
I'll tend to it right away.
Thank you. He's in your hands.
Hier kommen wir her.
Chronic insomnia. Like half the island. The operating room is never accessible after an operation.
Sorry, but nobody can take anything until I finish the inventory.
This man, Edward Pierce, his file is incomplete. What did Fuller do to him?
Thank you for your help, Doctor.
Thank you. I'll be going. In theory, this is where we hang the key to the boiler room. Dr. Fuller always keeps his key with him.
Dr. Colden.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going? Dr. Colden.
Mrs. Donovan.
Nobody goes into Dr. Fuller's office. But rest assured, I'll tell him you came by.
That won't be necessary. Thank you.
I will tell him, nonetheless.
She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest.
Elizabeth? You all right? Why is this room in such a state?
Because, as always, I'm cleaning it by myself. And the water was once again shut off this morning. I had to bother Mrs. Donovan again, giving her a new excuse to belittle me.
Do you really need Mrs. Donovan to open a valve? Why not ask the janitor?
I can't make these decisions without her approval. Imagine if there were a leak. Anyhow, the boiler room is locked half the time. So every time the water gets shut off, I have to go and endure her reproach until she's settled the problem.
I see. Courage, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Doctor.
The key to the boiler room. All I have to do is shut off the water and hope Donovan takes the bait. I can't shut this with my bare hands. I need a tool. The operating room is never accessible after an operation.
Ich kann die nicht zumachen.
I feel guilty about Elizabeth, but I need the diversion.
Dr. Colden, might there be a problem with the water?
I was about to mention it. It seems it's been cut off yet again.
I can't take this, Marie. I feel I'm gonna burst.
It's not your fault if we have defective plumbing.
And yet, I'm the one who gets punished because I'm gonna have to square off with that annoying old witch. Courage, Elizabeth. Here we go. And hold your tongue this time.
It's temperamental, if I understand correctly. The last. The missing files must be hidden here. Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle. I've unlocked something. Patient. Files. I was right. The Stendhal syndrome. Of course. This is where Fuller found his diagnosis for Francis Sanders.
Conclusions, session number 17. Patient, Sarah Hawkins. The patient appears to have finally accepted the illusory nature of what she calls the mythos. It goes without saying that these peculiar delusions are the price that comes with her exceptional gifts.
Why does Dr. Fuller write psychological reports about Sarah Hawkins?
At first, I presumed that her blood was the key. But I found nothing to explain Mrs. Hawkins' abilities.
The poor souls downstairs are not Fuller's only subjects.
Then James came, irate that Charles was keeping secrets from him. I presume that he will try to break into the basement sooner or later. I am prepared.
Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller. What is the connection between these three?
It is fortunate that I had the presence of mind to set the morgue in the basement. When all the fuss about the Hawkins incident finally comes to an end, I will dispose of her belongings. In the meantime, they must remain hidden in plain sight.
Of course. Sarah Hawkins is the connection.
Nicht
I must
herstellen.
go back to the basement.
Auf wahrscheinlich. So. Oder wäre auch ein Tour gelegen.
Ah, now that's the Marie that I know. I knew I could count on your scientific curiosity. It's time to show you what you were so eager to discover.
If you're gonna shoot me, at least have the decency to look me in the eyes.
Turn around. Slowly. Talk, filthy thief! Oh, I swear I'll shoot!
Take a minute to look around. Everything points to Charles Hawkins.
He's dead!
No. He was here for a very specific item.
Oh, no.
The book. Why was it in the safe?
Have you read it?
Answer the question.
How foolish of you. Now you won't be able to escape his will. What did it show you?
She went into Fuller's office. She was looking for Sarah Hawkins' corpse.
Sarah Hawkins, you say? Let's go back to the start, shall we? Whose life did the Necronomicon choose to show you?
Dr. Colden. She was at the Riverside Institute. She's in danger. I have to go.
Wait. No one knows the occult better than me. You might need my help.
All right. All right. I might need you after all.
Perfect. Let's meet later at the Hawkins mansion. Now go. Rescue the doctor.
Thank you, Drake.
Ich hoffe, das mit Fall into Fuller's Trap war für Frau Doktorregiment und nicht für nicht für unseren Private Investigator. Uiuiui.
I pray that Colden is really here and alive.
Oh, built the first Hawkins home called Hilltop at the end of the 17th century. They were among the first white colonists of the island. The previous inhabitants disappeared mysteriously Wie ist ein Schützling?
Old diary.
Wir haben 4 Punkte zu vergeben. 6 bis zum nächsten Level, 5 bis zum nächsten Level. Boah.
How old is Fuller, really?
Oh ja. Holy shit. Auch schon wieder ein Mysterium. Okay. Ich bin bei 32. Das muss, holy shit. Eigentlich wollte ich aber dem Akt hier Schluss machen.
Right. Enough time wasted. Colden needs me. I must find her.
So, was können wir zur Seite schieben? Ne, schade. Wieder nicht.
No! No! My God! What is happening to me?
What was that? It's as if I'd been transported somewhere else. What happened? Something has changed, but what?
Ähm. Sonst, ich würde einfach Pause machen, weil ich bin sehr, sehr müde. Ziemlich ist auch schon fast 5 Stunden. Deswegen habe ich fürs Zusehen. Das war mein Fest. Aber wie gesagt, ich bin zu müde, um da jetzt gerade drüber zu rätseln. Danke für alle, die eingeschaltet haben, wie immer. Und ja, kommt gut zur Ruhe, ne? Mach's gut. Bis dann. Ciao, ciao.